What goes on, gamers? Hello, coffee. Got a nice can of gamer juice. Little bang energy. The creatine, super creatine drink for people that are not actually active, i.e. me. Not sponsored. Dusk, hello. Haven't had Bang Energy yet? There's a few good flavors. Peach Mango, obviously is a good one. Key Lime Pie. Cotton Candy is a nice subtle sweetness. Cherry Vanilla. Black Cherry Vanilla. A friend recommended that to me. I tried it. Good stuff. I'm currently drinking Blue Raz. It's alright. Yeah, that's not bad. I feel like I'm talking faster already. I'm like halfway through this can and I haven't even started playing. Hey OBS, would you like to pick up the actual game, please? I don't want to do display capture because that would risk showing a bunch of stuff. Never mind, I guess I will have to. Let's shove that over on the left screen. Alright. Display capture. What's that? Wait, what? Properties. Oh, it is showing. Oh, there we go. It's because I had something else on. Move that. Alright, cool. Surviving an H2O. That would be the smarter choice. Alright, where were we? Last we left off, we were on the moon. And now we are still on the moon. We had to go around talking to the remnants of the Asians that brought Zodiac to life. Excuse me. That were subsequently following him to be imprisoned on the moon. They're ghosts. Some of them were angry, some of them were sad. I think one of them sort of accepted their lot in life. And then we met Hythlodaeus, who we met an alternate version of in Shadowbringers. There was a golden dog. We were very excited about that. We got to ride the golden dog. We got to pet the golden dog. And then we found a... oh jeez, what were they called? They were like shepherds to the people that were going to be... I guess saved from the planet in case Zodiac was freed, who we subsequently killed. I think it was like in the event that Zodiac was either killed or freed, there was a contingency plan where a group of shepherds or something would prepare to it's basically like a Noah's Ark situation where they would take people from the planet and just go off into space and find a new home. Turns out these are our shepherds. The Loporits. They're adorable. Little little outfits. This one's name is Camping Way. I guess he's really into camping. There, I know in the Highland Blitzball Association, in the Menfina Madness event that I help host, there's an quote-unquote NPC called Blitzing Way because of Blitzball. They're a silly fella. Oof. Whew, I'm feeling it. Okay, I'm awake. Where's okay. There's no crystal up there, so I gotta teleport. I gotta run. I should really look into getting more equipment at some point. I had a plate of lasagna, and I'm already halfway to 3/4 through the can of Bang, and I'm feeling it. Okay, happy lurking. Am I too close to the mic? Time is of the essence. Oh no. And they're gone. I have a mount. I forgot I had a mount. Cruising down the street in my 6'4". Wobbling way, flopping way. I mean, their names. Flopping way. Who are you? I am the manager and operator of the Central Control Sphere. It regulates every single facility here in Bestways Borough. If anything were to happen to it, the whole place would stop working in no time. It's very important, and so is my job. That's not at all what I was expecting from a name like Flopping Way. The car looks so jarring compared to the rest of the place, like looking like the Batmobile. It's not the silliest mount I could be using right now. Like, I mean, I could just be using this. It's like one of those rides you see outside of like a Target. I was gonna say Toys R Us, but they don't exist anymore. They don't exist anymore. What other mounts do I have? I have this from the Christmas event, like 2 years ago? A year ago or 2 years ago? What are the silly ones? I have the Fat Chocobo. This one, I believe, was the reward for purchasing like $30 worth of Final Fantasy stuff on Amazon, I think, during a promotional thing. So naturally, I just bought more game time. So this is the Black Fat Chocobo. Fun fact, because there's flying in this game, in order to make the Fat Chocobo fly, instead of a big old ball of Gissel greens, it's a cake. I would show it off, but right now we are. I gotta do story. I will show off more of these. Oh, I'll show off more of these later. Bro, if you give me like a lemon cake, I'm weak. Big weakness right there. Lemon flavored stuff? Ooh boy. Purple carrot juice? Why are there purple carrots? But the final day is fast approaching. Living Way is keen to complete her preparations. Right then. Now that you're here, I don't know why I'm doing voices. I don't know why I'm doing voices. Voice actor, by the way. Okay. We need you to teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us in all their terrible grandeur. So it is imperative that we be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there is anything at all that may displease them, it must be addressed post-haste. Well, Living Way, here's the thing. We are not a good people. Collectively, we are not okay. I understand that you were in a pod for however long, but we are not. Well, there is a lot of things that will displease us. Namely each other. And address it we shall. Here at Best Ways Borough, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have produced myriad amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinions on them. I'm sure you've all worked up an appetite, so why don't we start with foodstuffs? Meet me at the Carrotorium, and we will see about filling your bellies. It's all rabbit themed. It's all rabbit themed. She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of Aetherius rotting to its core being a matter of course is The notion of Aetherius rotting to its core being a matter of course is rather concerning, though. Nevertheless, let us take this opportunity to learn more of the Loporrits and this vessel. You know, I know that like eating carrots on its own is a pretty. Purple carrots do exist in real life as well. Pink carrots? I gotta see this. Hold on. I gotta see this. Pink carrot. Why are they pink? Pink baby carrots are small in size and have a slender tapered shape. Underneath the skin, the flesh is crisp, pale pink to orange, and contains a snap-like quality. Why are carrots pink? Red carrots derive their color from the beta-carotene, the naturally occurring group of pigments that determines the color of many fruit and vegetables. Beta-carotene are essential to make vitamin A, which are required for good eyesight. What the? They could be white? They could be yellow? Oh, I guess yellow. Wait, yellow carrots? Bro. And who says streaming isn't educational? That's why my eyes are bad? Oh, I mean... I have astigmatism in one eye. So no amount of carrots will ever be able to fix that. Where am I going? Oh, down. Geronimo! So anyways... Where? Is it this big door? I think it's this big door. I didn't know about yellow ones, and I don't think I ever seen a yellow carrot before. Yawning Way. I gotta talk to you. Oh, he immediately yawned. Or she, or they, I have no idea. I must have dozed off. What was it that I was supposed to be doing again? Mood! The biggest mood! I almost forgot to stream today because I woke up so late. That's a lie. I almost didn't stream because I woke up late. And I was like, me. Hopping Way. I'm delighted to see you, but I'm very, very busy. Perhaps we can chat another time. Okay, Hopping Way. Holy, I'm feeling it. You know, like in TV shows or like anime and stuff, when they drink something with high energy, their eyes kind of do that thing. That's what it feels like. Why are the mechs? Hello? Why are there enemies? And why are they bunny shaped? Wait, why are you attacking? I thought we were friendly. Is this Final Fantasy 1? No. What is it? Is one of the early Final Fantasy 3? Look at this. Look at this enemy. Some cubics looking. Oh, I feel bad. But I was also really focused on that music because I wasn't expecting 8-bit. Oh, don't tell me. Okay, no. I thought the cactus. I thought they shaped the cactus to be like, or the planters to be more rabbit-like too. Oh my goodness. So that's the supporters, and there's that big dude in the back. I wasn't expecting enemies inside of a Noah's Ark situation. This is weird. Welcome to the Curatorium. Here we create prototypes of the various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of foodstuff production, Cooking Way! I love it. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet from the reference materials we received. Why, I practically worn the words from those invaluable pages. You mean the... well, I forgot to move my little bookcase box. Did you mean the official Final Fantasy XIV online cookbook? I've yet to actually make something from that cookbook, but I really want to. There's like pizza in there, and like there's like sandwiches. There's sandwiches in there, and like stews. I don't. Oh man, my mind is going a mile a minute. I haven't had like a good stew in a while. I don't remember the last time I had a stew. I had soup. The soup and stew are kind of different. It's the consistency. Naturally, we've also considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up and we're all quite famished. Hop along the platforms here and you'll find a storage unit full to bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like. Ooh, beef stew sounds good. I know I said I haven't had a stew in a while, but tomato soup sounds really good right now. No, my company actions. Oh, well, I don't need them. Tomato soup with the grilled cheese. Ever since the SpaghettiOs commercials, I've been wanting like tomato soup and grilled cheese so bad. There's the yellow carrots! There it is! And the pink ones! Why are they blue? Blue carrots were a surprise. You open the storage unit and find a rainbow-colored assortment of carrots. Which carrot will you choose? The unassuming orange carrot, the peculiar-looking blue carrot, the vibrant yellow carrot, the ominous crimson carrot. Take a moment to reconsider. I gotta go with you put ominous in front of something, natural curiosity will take over. The soft texture and redolent aroma of this crimson creation belie its staggering weight. The excessive length and girth only compound the mystery, leaving you perplexed as to the nature of this carrot. Dodo, I also just ate lunch, and I'm craving really bad, which isn't good because I'm trying to lose weight. Are you certain you wish to eat this carrot? I want to see the other descriptions, actually. Chocolate drizzled popcorn. Ritz crackers? Bro. From frond to tip, no scratches or blemishes mar this immaculate specimen. Nevertheless, If not for its excessive length and girth, one might think it was an ordinary carrot. Oh, you got like the Ritz cracker sandwiches? Or what is it? Did they call this that? Yeah. The blue variety is strangely supple to the touch and smells vaguely of mint. Its excessive length and girth only adds to the dubiousness of this so-called carrot. What? The fact that they keep bringing up the length and girth is a little weird. The vibrant yellow carrot. While it has no peculiar smell to speak of, the yellow variant is unusually light and springy. These qualities, together with its excessive length and girth, would lead anyone to question whether it is indeed a carrot. Wow, a notification. Sleeping Jello, thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad that you think that these conversations are entertaining enough for a follow. But nevertheless, thank you so much for the support. Tell your friends. Spread the word. Word of mouth is always the best form of advertising. Because who better to trust than people you know? Woo! Ooh, that was a loud one. Oh man, all these descriptions. Which one? Which one to choose? 'Tis not enough that you can see the carrots, they must know you know about the length and girth. Yeah. Okay, so do you want it soft? Do you want it smooth? Do you want it supple? Or do you want it springy? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. A mint, you're right, it is a mint carrot, which is a very curious detail. I don't want to take the orange one because it's too simple. It's too familiar. The yellow variant. Girthy. I can't. Oh no. 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 First 30 minutes of the stream and we are already talking about the girth and length of carrots and laughing over it. Oh, of course the decision's probably not going to mean anything. It's but this is, oh man. Mint, because I mean they gave away the flavor of the blue carrot, so I feel like that's a little bit of vaguely of mint. Yeah, Koji Fox and the translator team, or the localization team. Koji Fox and the localization team always have a good laugh. Because even earlier on in A Realm Reborn, one of the side quest titles is Ifrit Bleeds, We Can Kill It, because it unlocks the harder version of the Ifrit boss fight that you have to deal with earlier on. Like that's a level 16 boss fight, and then level 50 it unlocks hard. Like Ifrit, what was it called? I wanted to see if I could do this without the Bowl of Ember is hard. Gosh, Realm Reborn is so long ago. I just like stormed through A Realm Reborn in 2019. Anyways, so I want to see them again until level 50. Yeah, Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda are all surprisingly pretty early. Alright, I want to try the Crimson Carrot. will never get over. Right, I want to eat this one. On second thought, you will like to simply take an obscenely large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it would be prudent to ask Cooking Way whether it is safe to eat. You're joking, right? Hit me with a /J right now, please. Say psych. Say psych right now. And you made me agonize over choosing which long and girthy carrot to eat first. Only to be like, maybe I should ask Cooking Way. Bro, they just said that all of our food is curated. They just said. Why you gotta tease me like that though, bro? Watch them be like, the blue carrot is actually just toothpaste. See, so did any of our selections set your mouth to watering? Obscenely large carrot. When people are still talking about Ifrit in present tense, I was so confused and was like, I killed your god or something. What are you on about? I mean, I think it's less of like actually killing them and more just subduing them. Because the lore about the primals is that they are summoned based on how strongly a group of people believe in them or pray for them, plus provide like a certain amount of ether to give them form. I guess I'm eating this obscenely large carrot. Level 2, so I'm confused by this carrot stuff. Oh, you silly little sprout. You... This is a lot of spoilers. Hey, Bella! With great trepidation, you take a bite out of the carrot. The carrot is oddly tender, but as you begin to chew, a rich aroma fills your nostrils. A newfound vigor begins welling within you. The rumbling of your stomach, however, suggests it may simply be indigestion. Plus iron carrot. What did I eat? You suddenly find yourself full of vim and vigor. Oh, cutscene. Time for screenshots. What did you think? Unlike anything you've ever tasted, yes? The iron carrot can be a bit difficult to digest, but the boost to endurance it promises makes it the perfect meal before a day of heavy lifting. Hey yo, we get yoked. I know nothing about Final Fantasy, but I'm here to vibe and talk about length and girth apparently. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, dream carrots to help with sleep. So you see, we have a carrot for every occasion. The mint carrot was toothpaste. Also, was the crimson carrot the bleeding carrot? Was the yellow carrot an energy carrot? Yo, these rabbits are onto something. But what if I don't like carrots? I actually wouldn't say no to carrots. Maybe not by themselves, but like if sick XYX Kinney. Oh dear. Red Bull carrot. Hey Robo, where you at? I got a carrot for you. Like a legitimate carrot. It's Red Bull flavored. Ugh. 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 Imagine biting into a carrot and it tastes like Red Bull. Oh, I'll put that down so quickly. Texture to flavor, it needs to be like I'm not as picky as I was before, but man, texture, I can't deal with like weird textures. I'm so confused, but not gonna lie, toothpaste carrot doesn't sound bad. So Bella, the context behind this is that we are currently on Noah's Ark in space. Because I think you were here last time. We are on the moon, and we ended meeting the Loperids, which are basically stewards or like shepherds to the people on for our planet. And we made it to the Caratorium, which is where they house all of the food production and all that stuff. And they're like, "Hey, you should try out our stuff." So we did. There was a light and springy yellow carrot, a supple blue carrot, I think, a very unassuming orange carrot, and then a crimson carrot. All of them very pointedly having a very notable length and girth. So we laughed about that for a few minutes. I chose the red carrot, and then immediately the character's like, maybe we oughta not just yet. And it turns out they all have very specific uses. Oh man, what would mean that he say? Tomato paste carrot? Maybe. These carrots are extraordinary. Screenshot sounds. Then why do you seem so disappointed? If they're lacking somehow, we need to know. I take it you two had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and not else? Hey guys. If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on Etheris? Surely you are aware we have an abundance of dishes and foods you could emulate. Of course we are, but, well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they was sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for that encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss where to begin. Ugh, white carrot, chalk carrot? Milk carrot? Oh man, this is... I don't know whether to be cursed or like, And so we decided, rather than divide our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it would be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. That's not... You know what? Living Way has the Loperids have a pretty good idea of it. So it's like the Archon loaf, but better. Boba carrot, Jello carrot, carbonated milk. I mean, carbonated milk's not bad. That's all well and good, but man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare the carrots in other ways, but our primary concern was efficiency, and what's more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production? Well, no, there's actual drinks that are like carbonated milk. Yeah, this is Tancred. A rather strange approach to take for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? So this is Tancred. Yeah, carbonated yogurt drinks. Well, technically speaking, Cooking Away isn't my given name. When first created, we were all named in the old tongue. You know, that otherwise impenetrable parlance the Watcher speaks. Oh, Yoo-hoo? Bro, Yoo-hoo slaps. Milkus? Ooh, Milkus is good. Actually, I don't think I've had Milkus specifically, but Korean Englishman, if y'all know about that channel, Josh and Ollie. They've been doing a lot of like videos where they have other people try stuff. Bro, I'm sure there's like an Asian market somewhere in Canada. Go to your local Asian mart. If you got an H Mart in Canada, good start. I mean, just take your pick. Find something that looks good, try it. After we received the Great Tome of Words, a dictionary that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language. Oh, rural? Yikes, good luck. Adverbs, gerunds, present continuous verb conjugations, just the basics. What the fuck is that second one? Oh, gerund. Gerund? A form that is derived from a verb but that functions as a noun, and in English ending in ing. Example given, asking in do you mind my asking you? What? What? Wait, what? A form that is derived from a verb but that functions as a noun. Creative writer, by the way. What the? Wait, like, have I guess I use that pretty often, actually. Maybe not. My using of, I guess that's one. Educational stream. I should add that to the tags. Education. Some rando clicks in and be like, "Ooh, an educational stream in Final Fantasy. I wonder what's going on." So, which carrot would you eat? Oh, I like swimming as she is. No, I still don't get it. Then we found the terms related to our given tasks and used them to form new names. Aren't they helpful? Not really. No, not really. But it does explain a great deal. I would also eat the red one, which is pretty obvious because I chose it. Let me just check something. I gotta remember which pieces of dialogue I already took screenshots of, and also if the screenshots are good. Just to be sure. Wherefore didst thy kind deem such a change necessary? When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. I see. I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from Aetherius as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Delete that one. What are you talking about? Red carrot, but biting into it is the equivalent of biting into a ghost pepper. They want to be efficient, not torturous. Thank you. Dear streamer, for how long have you been playing Final Fantasy XIV? I started, I think late 2018 or 2019. I did the free trial in 2017, but I only played for like a day in a 7-day trial. So this was way before the whole, you know, free to play until up a certain limit. They had a time limit instead, and it was like you could only play for 7 days, and you could only play up until level 35. So I played that for a little bit. I didn't understand what I was doing, so I stopped. Then 2019, they updated the free trial. So it was you can play the main story of A Realm Reborn. It was basically the same thing. There's the same amount of limits for. I'm sure there's green carrots. It was the same amount. It was the same as today's free trial, where you could play for free up until a certain point of the game, but it was only for A Realm Reborn. It was like Heaven's Word was not included, so you didn't have the Heaven's Word expansion. You couldn't access Machinists and all that. It was just A Realm Reborn. And 2019, I was like, okay, no, 2018. It was definitely 2018, like June or something. It was like the very tail end of Stormblood. And I was like, okay, World of Warcraft wasn't working. Maple Story is wild, but it's not really doing much for me. Star Wars, it technically has a healer class, but it's not satisfying me as a healer. Oh, hey, Final Fantasy. They usually have pretty clear-cut roles in parties. I'll try that. I'll be a white mage because that's very clearly the healer dedicated class. So I played the free trial, and I think within a month I finished the story. My memory's not great, so I'm trying to remember where it was that I made the decision to like commit, because I believe at that time Shadowbringers was rolling around, obviously, and I believe I was finishing up A Realm Reborn. I think I want to become like an astrologer for my conjurer. I think that's an option. Astrologian is a Heaven's Word class, so you'll be able to pick that up. It doesn't necessarily need conjurer or anything. Conjurer upgrades to white mage, which I personally recommend. White mage for life. Astrologian you can unlock once you hit Heaven's Word, as long as you make it there. No. I mean, white mage is useful. It's like the heaviest healing class, like direct healing class. Scholar. Yeah. Where was I? So Shadowbringers was rolling around. I was just finishing up Realm Reborn, and I believe the Final Fantasy XV collaboration was rolling around. And I believe at the time I was like, okay, I finished the main. If I want to commit to this, I need to set conditions for myself to prove that I will commit to this. And I believe the conditions were, first, finish A Realm Reborn, which I did. Cool. Second was get the regalia amount from the Final Fantasy XV collaboration, and then I also did that. But then I sort of doubted myself. I was like, this doesn't feel enough. I need to keep proving myself. Okay, what if I level another class? What if I level tanking? Because at the time I hated tanking. I was dead scared of tanking. What if I level the tank to level 30? Because that's when you unlock the job for the base classes. They have to be level 30 to get the job stone. So finish Realm Reborn, get the car, and all the other collab stuff, and level a tank. And then I did. And once I hit level 30, I'm like, oh my god, okay. I guess I am committed. So I immediately pre-ordered Shadowbringers, and got like another 3 days of game time. Now cut to 2022, and I am currently on the moon talking to rabbits. I've met a lot of good people. I've been in a lot of cool events. For Menfina Madness, obviously. Made good memories. I did some raiding for a little bit. Haven't been able to because scheduling and stuff. It's just been a good time. Ooh, Ranger. Yeah, Bard is pretty fun. It's definitely a little bit more support oriented because of all the buffs that it gives out, I think. I'm starting off as a white mage, but I also kind of want to try Ranger for a second character. You don't need to make a second character. That's like the beauty of it. You don't need to make a second character. You just need to go to the... I believe Ranger starts in Limsa, no, not Limsa, it's Gridania at the Archers Guild, which I believe is in New Gridania in the upper right of the map. That might be Lancer. And then you just find the blue quest icon and you're on your way. My favorites so far are, yeah, Conjurer starts in New Gridania. I believe the classes that started in Gridania are Conjurer, Gunbreaker, Lancer, and Archer. In Limsa Lominsa, it's Marauder, Arcanist, Rogue, which you'll need to be level 15 to first unlock, if I remember correctly, because that technically was an update class. Like, they included that later on when A Realm Reborn started out. Do you have a favorite AFK spot? Oh, I have Limsa Lominsa Aetheryte. Like Limsa Lominsa Aetheryte or the entrance to the marketplace, because you could find some pretty funny stuff, and there's a lot of people playing music there. Like that's pretty common. That's a pretty common spot. Like you can just see people sitting. Otherwise, I just kind of, if I need to AFK, I just kind of go off. I just park myself somewhere, hit a macro, and then I'm kind of gone. Let's see. Limsa Lominsa had Marauder, Arcanist, Dancer, Sage. Arcanist unlocks two jobs, by the way, which is funny, because it splits off into being a summoner or a scholar, which is cool. And then Ul'dah has Samurai, Pugilist, Thaumaturge. Dang it. Red Mage. Is that 4 in every place? That's pretty good. I think everywhere else is... I don't know how to switch to white mage stuff. So when you get to level 30 in New Gridania, there's a blue quest. And got no clue, but I have the option to switch jobs. So the option to switch jobs, when you unlock another class, they give you your starting equipment. If you don't have the gear set already saved, you just go to your armory chest, drag the weapon to drag the main weapon over, and equip the main weapon and it'll immediately switch over. I'm gonna get out of this cutscene so I can be more detailed about it. Until such a day, when I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear there was naught but carrots on the menu. Taste of the moon. Okay, so here's a quick tutorial on how to switch jobs without a gear set. So as you can see here, I have a cane. This is considered a cane, right? So I have a cane, but I want to say I want to switch it over to like a samurai or a scholar even, because I have the equipment for that. So in my armory chest, I have some Kai Chronicle, which is a scholar weapon. Just drag it over, switched over. I am now a scholar. And if I just unlocked scholar, but I have the little there's a small tab here in the armory chest. Oh, I can't unequip that because that's kind of funny. What do I do? Where's my Arcanist? Summoner. That's summoner specific. I thought I had a spare summoner item. Alchemist, Dark Knight, Machinist, Gunbreaker. Okay. What? So here's the rogue hotbar, because I don't have the crystal equipped, the soul crystal that I should have unlocked at level 30, right? Of course I did. And then just boom, I'm a ninja. That's it. That's a very quick tutorial on how to switch jobs in Final Fantasy XIV. And as you unlock more and more classes, you get gear sets. So you don't have to constantly be like going over to the armory chest to switch. So instead of having to do that, I just click on this gear set list. Be like, what do I want to play now? Black Mage. And now Black Mage. Oh, this is oh, what were the so Limsa Lominsa had Arcanist, which splits off into Scholar and a Summoner. Then you have Sage, Dancer, and Blue Mage technically, but you know, that's a whole thing. Oh, I forgot Reaper in Ul'dah. That's what I was forgetting. Ul'dah, you have Paladin, Monk, Samurai, and Reaper, and Red Mage, and Black Mage, so 6, I believe. Limsa Lominsa, you have... I just said Limsa. Gridania. Wow. This is a real test of memory right now. I can't do this. Hey, Living Way. You have more equipment for me? I think we've had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. This way. You want to explain, like, the deadly robots that are kind of running around, though? Oh, I just got aggroed. Oh, yeah. I think the only other game that lets you just switch what kind of playstyle you want is Phantasy Star Online 2. I think that's the only other game that I can think of where you could just switch jobs if you wanted. I'm not gonna get past everything. Oh, either way, I'm aggroing something. Now I'm convinced I must try FF14. Yeah, more people the better. It's like, unironically, it's so fun. Here we are at the apparel production station. We have chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task, creation magics. Heidelin, in her infinite wisdom, blessed us with the self-same affinity for magic her people possessed. We have other amazing talents, of course, and I know you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the extra V's we needed. My, how resourceful. Ah, the sweet sound of recognition. You will also be impressed to hear we've read all about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume? This has also been taken into account with our designs. Oh no. They know about the glamour people. Oh no. Actually, no, it could just be the gear. This class system is just so appealing to me. I didn't even know about the class system until I started playing the game. I was like, okay. I made my character. I immediately decided I was just going to be a white mage. And then I found out that you could unlock more. I was like, I don't have to make another character? I could just switch when I wanted? Oh my god. This is a game changer. But why take my word for it when you can But why take my word for it when you can simply try on our clothes? Make yourselves known to the workers and they will see to the rest. And there they go. I'm over here then. And Final Fantasy, because it's so familiar, you already, their class and their jobs are pretty direct. You can already tell like what they want to do. Like Black Mage, big spells, fire, thunder, elements, big damage. White Mage, healing, but also deal damage when able to, when you're not covering for everyone's mistakes. Summoner, summon spirits of primals. And deal damage. Basically everything wants to deal damage when they're... And Sage in particular is actually pretty interesting because it heals by dealing damage. I'll see if I can run a dungeon later that shows what I'm talking about, because White Mage, I mean, that's the one thing. That's the one thing about the jobs that really appeals to me, because I went into a dungeon because take say Star Wars for example. You could be a Jedi consular or like Sage or something, and that's it. That has healing abilities. But then I ran a dungeon, or I guess it's called a conquest, I think. I ran one instance of that, and I think I only healed 20-25% of the time. That wasn't satisfying. Like, even way before that, there was like so much time before that where I'm just attacking things on my own. and I'm just like, okay, when can I do some actual healing? I'm killing these guys within like a few seconds, and it's kind of boring. I don't want to keep fighting mobs on the map anymore. I made it to like 2 planets before I actually had to do something. So I stopped. So that's something. I'm still playing with friends, but I specifically chose DPS healing. DPS with the side of healing. Oh, I just missed something. Oh, right. You're here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you have me fashion for you today? Ooh, okay. An outfit that embodies my bloodlust, so they're PvP players. Something simple, PvP or raids. Something simple yet functional. So maybe they're like the AFK people. A fashionable yet and refined ensemble. So, G-posers. So me. A fashionable and refined ensemble. Fashionable, right. Ahem. This will only take a moment. Before it was actually all the same outfit. Ah. The face. There we are, all finished. A perfect fit, if I do say so myself. I'll be honest, I know nothing of fashion, let alone fashion on Aetheris, but I'd wager no one down there has ever worn anything like this fine ensemble. Perhaps you can start a new trend. Oh no. Would you look at that? Speechless. And there, I thought you may not like it. If you've a mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige. You must continue wearing these garments in order to progress. You will change back to your normal garments if you move too far away. Look to your map for the garment changes area of effect. Speak with the... Oops, accidentally double-clicked. Oh man, I gotta wear this? Okay, it's just a glamour. It's just a glamour, I still have my gear. I can survive. Wow, the entire section of the map is the area of effect. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Come on. Ah, no one said you'd be coming. How can I help you? You wish to try my clothes, really? Of course. It would be my honor. Did you have anything in mind? Got anything with a little more flair? I'm looking for clothes with an altogether different design. Surprise me, it's all the same answer. But I will go for that. I think I can handle that. Let's see. This should do. Watch there be like no change. Some of my best work yet. Times and tastes truly have changed. It used to be rare for anyone to request clothing with focus on form over function. Thankfully, I had a spare concept for robes made using a different fabric. I think it looks rather fetching. I don't know about this one, Chief. I was worried how the concept would turn out when put to the proof, but it looks stunning on you. Won't you go and show a living way? I'm sure she's eager to see what we've come up with. You must continue wearing these garments in order to progress. You will change back to your normal garments if you move too far away. Look to your map for the garment change's area of effect. Speak with the Jubilant Lopper to restore or prolong the garment change. It ain't my taste, to be honest. Oh man. I'm glad this is just a temporary change. I'm digging the sleeves though. Like, look at that. I like the flare. I could use that. Maybe I could use that for like a summoner outfit. My, don't we look splendid? The result of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. Shh. You needn't speak. I can see your adoration for the moon and we lopperates in your eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same, having sampled our creations. Oh no, they're gonna look even worse, aren't they? I'm gonna have to clown these fools. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Sorry to have kept you waiting. They insisted we sample all of their concepts ere we returned. Verily, 'tis an ensemble most becoming. Oh, he's into it. he's into it. Oh, Uriansha loves it. Look at those sleeves, though. Hello? Look at those gloves. You kidding me? Bro. He's working this fit. Are you kidding me? Love a man with confidence. I love it. I love this. I gotta share this with my friends because they've been wanting me to. They've been wanting me to get caught up on this so badly, so they can make a bunch of jokes. I think it's past time words. I think it's past time we return these clothes. Did I screenshot this already? Yeah, we did. We? I was so confident our garments would meet your approval. Whatever are we doing wrong? The Watcher taught us that in his time, everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern tastes by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but... Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Aetheris, they will most certainly have need of your attire. 'Tis clear you spared no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so... homogeneous. Tell that to like the same five people that you see in Limsa Lamensa hanging around in like the taffeta shawl or the black summer halter. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my tastes, even if it is of inferior make. Did I screenshot? I gotta make sure I screenshot these. But there are others whose choices may be influenced by traditions or personal experience. Rather than make assumptions for the whole, you must consider the individual and their potential preferences. I fear we've underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we'd memorized every tome we received, I doubt we'd have fared much better. Maybe we're doing you a disservice trying to shower you with our baubles and frippery. What? Thinking it was for your benefit when you'd be better off on your own. There were some who might agree. People who preferred to keep others at arm's length, even when they know they shouldn't. You ought to know. You ought to know. Fine and well, Thancred. As one such former fool, I'd like to ask you a question. See, he does know. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? Not that I'm aware of. We were born of Heidelin's love for Etheirys, and the salvation of the people on that star, and that star alone has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14 and No, sorry, I got the tone wrong. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14. Damn it, I got it wrong again. Surely it's better to devote... I want to get this right. For some reason I'm fixated on getting this line right. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14 and risk failing them all? Nailed it. Twitch.tv/CuriousInstigator, Twitter.com/CuriousInstigat. Voice actor, please. Hit me up. Jobs, please. Paying jobs, please. I suppose you're right. Living Way, might we have leave to explore Bestway's burrow unattended? You have given us much to think about. Why, certainly. Until later, then. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There was actually something I wish to speak with you about. Let's be off then, shall we? Huh? Sus. Can you imagine watching that entire exchange? You see the one person behind and running at you like that vine of Jesus Christ. It's like the vine of the sign that says Jesus is coming. You turn, it's just full sprint. My apologies. I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about the visitors come from Etheirys, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Etheirys refuse to come? What if we can't save them? Oh, it's clear we made a mess of things. Oh, but wait, you still haven't visited the... Blech. You still haven't visited the domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is, I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, and the name's Growing Way, by the way. See you soon. Okay. Oh, can I just teleport? No, it's a... Oh, right. Actions. Y'all didn't buy more action? What is this? What is happening? I thought you was. Right, so it's gonna be a nice long drive back to the top. This is still like what? This is level 84. I wonder what the next thing's gonna be. Is it a trial? Is level 85 a trial? It's either it has to be a trial because we just did. I think we just did a dungeon. No, we did a. No, we just fought Zodiark. That was level 83. So level 85 might be a dungeon. God, I want to. On the one hand, right? I want to buy viewers, followers, and primes on viewers. Dot shop. Nope, sorry. On viewers, shop. Say. And goodbye, spam. Where's the... Here we go. You are not welcome here. I will not buy my followers. I will simply use the power of clouds. Thank you. Or what little power I have from cloud. You're here. You're really here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry. What should I call you? Minari Myoi, huh? Crikey. Excuse me? Oh, right. They're supposed to... They have accents. The power of cloud. Why do you think I shill in the... Never mind. Crikey, even your names are amazing. Well, Minari, we'll be using this teleporter to enter the residential area. Whenever you're ready. Sure.
Ready in the teleporter.
You are a male with a very with even the way they look concerned is.
Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
And she's gone. I've been teleported like 100 feet.
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not. God bless your dialogue, Riange. The Council of Buns.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
I feel bad because they were made to be stewards to, like, the people. But I guess they've been in a state of stasis for however long. Like, imagine, like, you were made with the greatest specification that you are the best service in the face of the end. But the end hasn't come yet. So they put you in stasis. And you have no idea how long it's been since you were in stasis. So by the time you wake up, apparently you're not the best anymore. Can you imagine how jarring that is?
It would be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Or quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Idle musings. 'Tis no trifle thou dost ask, yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes?
A little shake.
Won't happen again. I promise.
A little shake. I can't. Uyanje and his little posse of bunnies. Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. A shame you couldn't see it though. You really would have liked it. I swear, if this is a teaser for the next housing district to take place on the moon, they're also very cute, and it's so funny hearing the sound of screenshots being taken in the background. I'm like hiding away on the little, behind like a pillar or something, just with a camera. It may not seem like it, but we've been planning for this far longer than I'd care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save as many of you as we can. It felt like everyone had an opinion on this or that. But the one thing we all agreed upon was that the people of Aetheris wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why we're striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place they'd hop at the chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. The residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places worth seeing. You've already had a look around the Caratorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the east end of the borough. Follow me! Oriange, I need you to look even more distressed. Thank you. Oh wow, 2 Easter egg quests? Wow, I've been slacking. Later, story first. Forgot to lower the actual system sounds actually. Oh, never mind, they're at a nice 20. I'll chuck it down to 10. So it's not super obnoxious. It's funny, but I'd rather not like take over during, especially during like voiced scenes. I'd rather not. Good, you're here. Through this door is Greatest Ends Vale. Hello? You're gonna name it what? Greatest Ends Vale? It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils, the most beautiful forest you'll ever see. We understand the people of Aetheris enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces and the like, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we start with a nice stroll to the fountain? This way! I discovered a new location. Ooh. Okay. Reading way? Don't you just love books? I absolutely adore them. They've taught me so much. Don't tell anyone, but they also taste delicious. Just take a look. It's in a book. We're reading Weibo. Do these floors look clean to you? I don't know. I feel like they could use a little more polishing. Ah, this one is eating a white carrot. I'm on to you. The learning way. This feels like a playground. Oh, what a pleasure it is to actually meet you. I've read so much about you. You have? What did you read? Scraper. Wait. These are just remodels of the Final Fantasy XIII enemies. Get over here. I'll fight you just because I can now. I'll never get over this music. It's actually quite nice. This is like early Final Fantasy as well. This is like Final Fantasy. I'm guessing it's like 3 or 4. Like Final Fantasy 3 or 4. Which is super neat. I'm probably super wrong though, and it's probably gonna be like, oh, this is actually music from Final Fantasy VIII. You silly. All of my actual knowledge is from Final Fantasy VII and above, and even then there are gaps because I never tried any of the. I tried some of them. 8 and 9, no idea. I got nothing. 7, I played a little bit. Didn't get far. Probably should get back to playing the remake because it looks great, and I'm a simp for Jessie, and Tifa, and Aerith. Yuffie's hit or miss. She's like, what, 12? 15? That's... probably shouldn't talk about that. So, what did you think of the forest? Wait, this is a forest? Oh, it's supposed to be a forest. Oh boy. I like the aetheryte crystals though. Not aetheryte, but like... that's something. Tis as transcendent as burying your face in a chocobo's plumage and taking a good long whiff. I couldn't see the forest or the trees. I didn't see any. Wait, you don't mean those crystals out there are... Right you are. Our forest is made of crystals and constructs, dotting the landscape as far as the eye can see. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone a forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, this place produces air as clean as that you'd find in a forest on Etheris. The fountain here behind us, powered by the rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent making it the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. There's so much pride. There's so much pride behind it. Crystals are easier to take out than actual trees. I mean, you're right. But when you say trees, when you say forest, like, I mean, obviously we're going to be like, oh yes, trees, green, very leafy. But like, we have this information in our heads. So when you cut back to all of this... Oh man, I'm all out of bed. Anyways, it's spherical. I enjoy nothing more than a nice long stretch and a spot of relaxation whenever I come up here. You look like you could do with the stretch yourself. It does look really nice, I gotta say. Like, maybe the aesthetic's not me. Not for me, no. If you want what I would prefer in it, like a pretty forest, if y'all commit and get the expansions, Shadowbringers opening area, it's beautiful. The rainbow crystals remind me of rock candy, even though I don't actually eat rock candy. I've never tried rock candy, like, you know, on the sticks. I don't think I've ever actually had some of those. So that's something. Oh right, I gotta stretch. Yeah. Just gonna pan the camera down for this so we can get a look at the animation. It's like sugar or something, isn't it? That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight worth the many years spent building this place. A sight worth the many years building this place. If it's not too much to ask, it's always been a dream of mine to take a walk through this forest with someone from Atheris. Could we maybe... pleading face, point left, point right? Point right, point left. Could we maybe... He's doing the thing with his fingers. I think maybe we could... Can we? Oh. pleading face, point up, point right, point left. Oh no, it's too cute to think about. You will? Oh, be still, my quivering whiskers. Yeah, there it is. Growing Way is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Growing Way behind by entering a different area, or by speaking with them and selecting the option to part ways. If you wish to have Growing Way accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. Let's go for a walk, buddy. Ooh, there's a dialogue thing over here. Yeah! Yeah! I was thinking, Minari, that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and what it is we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiark, and there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Heidelin gave us our first task: furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. We gonna fly in space. We gonna fly in space. We gonna fly in space. Gonna fly in space. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is, but it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Heidelin shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years, give or take. But anyway, let's keep going. So there's that whole bit of like suddenly waking up and realizing that your service is not the best anymore. Big yikers. Ask if you can taste the rainbow crystal. Oh, that's a Skittles reference. Koji Fox. What? No. I'm not sure what it is you do with crystals on Atheris, but we don't eat them, and certainly not this one. It's possessed of all 6 elements: wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, and water. We use crystals like these to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. I can read. It's worth mentioning, though, that because of Heidelin's influence, being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis and all, manipulating the elements here is different than it might be on Atheris. A conjuring of fire would sooner dry your clothes than singe them, for example. Put simply, the etheric conditions are ill-suited to growth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Right. Oh, it's astral aspected ether. Right, because it's Heidelin, so it's everything here is astral. Of course, this was all necessary to keep the raging energies of Zodiark in check. Okay, that makes sense. Wow, hey guys, quick lesson. They'll cover it in Shadowbringers, but like, very quick science lesson in the realm of Eorzea and everything. So, we have here the 6 elements: fire, ice, wind, earth, lightning, and water. And I believe... oh, jeez, this is testing myself. I don't remember the exact split, but there are 3... Ah, dang it, I forgot everything. Ah, I wish I was smarter and remembered things. But the lore is so cool. But I do remember that while you have the 6 elements, there are 2 polarities to the elements, astral and umbral. Astral is very passive and very passive. It doesn't very stagnant, I would say. Oh, jeez, I wish I remembered the details without having to like look stuff up. But I'm gonna have to do it. Astral versus umbral ether. So astral ether is considered static ether, and umbral ether is considered active ether. Seeing activity as akin to all colors coalescing into black active effects are identified with darkness. Likewise, seeing passivity as similar to the complete absence of hue, such effects are identified with light. This understanding is revealed to be closer to the truth, with the source understanding the observable effect, but the first coming closer to the primordial forces at the root. Light is the primordial force associated for passivity and stasis, and darkness is a primordial force that governs activity and growth. And because Zodiark was basically the culmination of umbral ether, Hydaelyn is the culmination of what did I just say? Zodiark is the culmination of dark active ether, while Hydaelyn is the culmination of light passive ether. And because basically everything here was built with the express intent of keeping Zodiark in check, everything here is astral ether. At least as far as I can tell. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we'd need 4,000 years to make all this? It certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then there was that brief period where our productivity came to a screeching halt, when that bizarre red satellite was sent up from Aetheris. The Allagan's mischief, I think. We thought maybe some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiark. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I can't tell you how relieved we were when Hydaelyn informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day. Only humming? In case you have, I forgot to mention that the quest title is called All's Veil That Ends Veil. Say, do you notice anything peculiar about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact that they're massive crystals and not trees. Oh, I didn't realize that those were like moving. I'll give you a hint. It's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. Along with a device fixed near the ceiling, they fulfill a role similar to our sun, and do so better even. Imagine outdoing a planet. Did I just say planet? Outdoing a star. I'm a streamer. I'm a voice actor. I'm not smart. I do voices. I play games. The sun and similar celestial objects in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight, or rather, a close approximation of it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, You'll see different types of trees have ever so slightly different curvature. Yes, indeed, this forest truly is the greatest. Huh. There was something else I wanted to tell you about, Oh, right! The propulsion systems and habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago, and with that, the most important features were fit for purpose. Excuse me. Which was all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Atheris. Why not go and visit Atheris yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. With our technology or knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the results could be disastrous. Yeah, never go to Ul'dah then. Then there were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Heidelin. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her to find people on Atheris we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did. Oof. Lots of reading. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited, hopeful Heidelin would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens and the means to travel here to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. I knew you would like Greatest Ensvale, I knew it! Thank you again for coming here, by the way. I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me. Oh hey. There you are. I take it you've already received the Grand Tour? A shame we missed it. Growing Way, I've been looking all over for you. Nani? Oh hey. Oh, is this about the teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I will be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really? I can't imagine why you'd need me there, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so you all are more than welcome to continue looking about the burrow. Now come along, Growing Way. The Buns are having a council. Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import? Well, they did spend 6,000 years preparing for the apocalypse. They spent 12,000 years preparing for this? With the appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand their restlessness, but still. It remains to be seen if the people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities or a means to forcibly evacuate people, they will meet with a great deal of resistance. Indeed, even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. Shoot, I'd be going in a heartbeat. Apocalypse? No thank you. I am not built for Mad Max. Thank you. Forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There was another matter which begs for mine intention. Pick up. Forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There was another matter which yet begs for mine attention. Nailed it. Of course, we can accompany you if you like. Nay, that will not be necessary. If you will excuse me. I know what you know, except not everything. Hi, Stola. 'Tis clear now that difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparation for the evacuation of Atheris is indeed crucial, but I am not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections, and I trust I am not alone in my reticence. Back to old tricks. Why does it look like why does it look like a variant of the Shadowbringers cover? Level 84 gear. By now, I think we can tell when his friends are up to something. Did Urianger seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean. I know he has a penchant for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's alright? Y'shtola and I will remain here and see what else we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up to him. Okay. I'll just teleport. Finish this area. There's fates here? Okay. Taking care of the caretakers. Lepus Lamentorum, Dynamite Disaster. Head empty, only thoughts. I love the localization team. I love the localization team so much. The Stones of Silence. Head empty, only thoughts. I love that. Alright, I'm gonna teleport because I'm lazy. And also, just gotta get moving. I love that I'm on a level 84 quest, but I'm already close to level 89. Mostly because I was doing roulettes and stuff, but also, man. I need to slow down a bit. Urianger appears to be heading towards the entrance to Bestway's Burrow. I forgot I was in a cutscene. Search for Urianger again at the designated location. The exit. Or somewhere above. Where's the teleporter? This way? Is this it? High trading way. That's not a teleporter. Where is it? Here we go. I might need to take a short break to go to the bathroom because I am feeling quite strange. But also, I just need to go to the bathroom. maybe going through that can wasn't the best idea. I even put a straw in the can so I didn't drink it all too fast. Because now it's like sort of feeding into my impatience to do more stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong. I am enjoying everything I've been witnessing so far. But I want to do things. And I've said that before. But just, man, it's a lot of lore. That guy's got the that guy's got the thing. That guy's got the cool mount where I'm just standing there riding a hoverboard. It's basic. It's, I don't know what's it called. I want that mount so bad, but it's a online store item. Where are you going, Voyage? Hey, it's the dog. Voyage ventures off into Mare Lamentorum for reasons unknown. You must tread carefully, else he might sense your presence. Time to do some stealth. Follow Urianger from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed or if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. Your destination will not appear on the map while... Oh, Jesus. While following. And then I hide behind this rock. Am I a genius? Yep. 5 head. What if I just follow him with the car? This is gonna look funny. You could very clearly see the regalia from this angle. Are you kidding me? And give a little few bunny hops. Appropriate. Oh, he's sprinting? He's running? Come on, turn around. Turn around so you don't see the massive car. This Duty complete. Cruising down the street in my 6'4".
Thine arrival is timely as ever.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity. And Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life. I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Menphilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain brokered by my hand were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest.
That's a pretty background. Like, you could probably put that as a wall screen and people wouldn't... Wall screen? You could put that as like a desktop wallpaper and no one would be able to tell us from the game. Like, whoa! Actually, no, they would probably ask where that came from, and then you'd have to be like, what do you mean? This is from Final Fantasy XIV, and it's super pretty. Like, look at this! Did he take a screenshot? I had to take a screenshot. Yeah, I did take a screenshot. You could probably tell someone that this is a level in Dark Souls, and they'd be like, dang, I want to get there. It's like, hi, welcome to Elden Ring. Welcome to Endgame. I don't know. I've never actually been to Endgame of Elden Ring. I should probably continue playing that at some point. I have a lot of games I need to complete.
But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives. Ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians.
Oh boy. Who are you, Ajay?
In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save.
For those we have lost, and for those we have yet to save.
But what of those we cannot?
Oh, man. I got hit with a flashback from that. Ooh, this
How do
hurts.
we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Oh, that hurt. That one hurt. Have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart and protect well those you can.
Sage counsel indeed. I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement.
Urianger, my friend. This is 6.0. This is the 4th expansion. I'm pretty sure I have much need of encouragement. I am the warrior of light, for crying out loud.
Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
Man. Memes aside, you sometimes forget how many people have been hurt throughout the game and what everyone is going through.
What are they saying? Curse these ears and had bugger all. No matter. We've got our plans.
No. No. Don't tell me that y'all are conspiring. Y'all have been good so far. Don't tell me y'all are conspiracy. In truth, my reason for traveling hither was to effect a plan of mine own, a plan which may pave a way forward for us all. May, I say, for there is no guarantee of success. 'Tis the reason I set out alone. That failure, should it come, would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with proffered hand and open heart. 'Twould be remiss of me to refuse thy amity, and so I ask, wouldst thou join in my endeavor? Urianger is quite glad for your company. I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan in truth. We shall not be long away from Bestway's burrow. Difficult decisions must needs be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe we are all of one mind in our desire to save the people of Atheris. To make clear of our resolve to the Loporrits, I would offer them a gift, but its making doth require a most singular ingredient. What in the world is this? Ah, an abundance of spungoi. 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 Sounds like something a minion would say. Spungoi. Excellent. chanced to spy this aggregation when crossing Zodiac's erstwhile prison. Using a spell taught to me by the new Mo, I believe these shall suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magic requireth considerable concentration, however. Might I prevail upon thee to stand watch whilst I perform the incantation? Okay. Oh, that means an enemy spawning. Hostile presence. Okay, just do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Just for... I forgot they upgraded Holy 3 so it isn't blinding. Man. Oh, hello. Okay, cool. Okay. Blood Lily. Ooh, spicy. $33,497. It could have been a lot. It could have been a lot more, but they had to water down the damage numbers. Surveying the nearby area, you see no sign of potential threats. This would be a good opportunity to see how Urianger is faring. Hey bro, you got the Spungoy yet? Urianger remains fixated on his work. Cutscene. There, 'tis done. A magicked ink, every ounce as efficacious as that crafted by the new Mo. Rare is the occasion I would conjure mine own, but is nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting product is admittedly possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray the Loporits will appreciate. I can't believe I was able to say that cleanly. Minari, Urianger. Oh, thank goodness. I thought you had been eaten, or perhaps had perhaps fallen into a crater. Nice read on that. Okay. Nani? It's growing way. Nope, it's living way and the others. Ishtolo has been looking all over for you, Minari. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent, dire even. She was also quite clear that she wishes to speak with Minari alone, which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, Urianger. I'm probably saying them wrong too, but like, whatever. I managed to say it, so. But worry not. It just so happens we need your help with an errand, delivering a package from the Watcher's Palace to Bestway's Burrow. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy for we poor Loporits, and we would be ever so grateful if you could lend us a hand. Ayo, these rabbits be scheming. That's convenient. Suspiciously convenient. Are you insinuating I would betray the trust of Heidelin's Chosen? Or worse, do anything to risk getting on Yshtola's bad side? She's clearly not one to be crossed, nor made to wait. Now, off with you. Boy. Worry not, Minari. I shan't be long. Nah, man. I don't like this. We also have... Don't we also have, like, the link shells? She could just call. Why haven't they been using the link shells? Did they just not have it anymore? I don't like any of this. Am I gonna have to fight rabbits? Is this what it's coming to? I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Everything feels off. They're too cute to fight, but I mean, if they gonna try something, I fought Mughals. I will not hesitate to fight rabbits. I will not hesitate. Especially if they're gonna use Ishtola against me. That's a no-go. That is a big no-go. Imagine if they made bomb carrots. Moping way? Why are you moping? Are there truly more of your kind coming? I'd rather not be doing all this work for nothing, you know. So, your purpose is to mope? What? Oh, interesting. Hey, Growing Way. Oh, Minori. We thought you would be away for far longer. You said you needed something? A dire emergency? I said no such thing. There you go. If Y'shtola had a dire emergency, she probably would have come to me, because either Thancred or Y'shtola would have said something directly. But no, it's Living Way that said something, so I don't trust. But as you are here, I could use your assistance with one small matter. Running Way, a companion of Growing Ways, apparently has much to tell us of the final days. The problem, however, is that he is determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation. Is there anywhere he's likely to stop and rest, or perhaps a way to slow him down? What's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here, maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice and... No? Well, if it's really that important... Hey, Growing Way, you a bro? Please don't do this to me. You could try using these... balls. Of mouse flesh. Not to be confused with... the other thing. Running Way's other notable feature is his incessant chatter, so you'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd. And when you do, try lobbing your balls at him. Crude, but if it proves effective. He was here in the Greatest Endsvale when last I saw him. Let us split up and find him. Somebody's gonna die. Somebody's gonna die. Somebody's gonna die. Somebody's gonna die. We fighting on the moon. I keep using this song. Search your surroundings for Running Way. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target Running Way, and throw mouse balls with the left click. Do not hit the unassuming Loporrits. Oh. That was easy. Ow, that's smarts. If this was meant to be a joke, it isn't funny. Okay. Is it a moose ball or a mouse ball? It's probably a moose ball. Yes, I'm Running Way. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls? Of moose flesh? They're really going with this joke, huh? I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days? Uh-huh. Ha! That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if we've got time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the great voyage. It's true that Heidelin did impart to us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as much as any other operator around here. Less, probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, but they better hope I don't get my paws on them. Sorry I couldn't be of any more help, but if there's nothing else, I've work to do. And I'm off. I will throw hands with a rabbit. I've done it before, I will do it again. Man, lots of cutscenes. I could find neither hide nor hair of him. How did you fare? Ayo, here's a lowdown. So he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, Growing Way? Well, you see, I misremembered. Yes, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. I'm afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of Urianger? I assume you spoke with him earlier, but did he say when he'll be returning? That's where to go. I'm gonna throw hands. On his way to the Watcher's Palace with the Living Way? Between Growing Way's sudden lapse of memory and our lack of other leads, maybe our time would be better spent lending Urianger a hand. Well, what? Now hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days. How strangely timed. Growing Way. Heart of the matter. Growing Way is fidgeting with nervous energy, but is it from excitement or worry? Oh, what to do, what to do. I promised Living Way I would help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archive's on the second floor of the main plaza, the eastern wing. Follow me. I suspect the Loporrits are up to something, but if there is ought to be learned of the final days, I think it best we play along. For now, at least. Oh, Moping Way is a quest now. There's a lot of quests. Oh, lucky. There's a lot of them. I probably should be doing the blue quests, but I do want to keep the story going. Hey, Knocking Way, what do you want? Name that way. Knocking Way would like you to call upon a friend. It's probably like a quiz to be like, hey, we need this specific operator. Can you name them for me? Can you call them for me? Oof. Oof. Okay, it's a little more. Oof. I am feeling something. I might actually need to go take a little break. So I'll go up to the quest marker and then I'll just AFK for a bit to take care of stuff. Every time Best Place Borough comes up, I just keep thinking of Best Buy. Oh, I clicked on the marker on instinct. The archives are right through the store, but it seems to be locked. I guess we'll just have to go and find whoever has the key. Growing Way, enough. If you have naught else to tell us of the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Did you yourselves not tell us we must act quickly? Safeway? Man, I don't remember the last time I've been to a Safeway. Yes, we did, but the moon was to be a perfect paradise for the people of Atheris, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hoped you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws on our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so you others must be kept here. Ah, so that's Living Way's game. Run us about in circles, and failing that, lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Urianger. He understands what is at stake. What must be done? I fear you've misjudged us, Growing Way. Never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Atheris and her reflections to their doom. If there is a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plans. But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Atheris will escape here to the moon. They'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see all their happy, smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit. Agreed. Let us reconvene where Argos waits outside. I get to meet up with the doggo. Like I said, I'm gonna throw hands. Oh wow, right into it, okay. And Fire and Moonstone. That's a good spell. And you're stunned. Flashbang going out. Carrot and Ruin. Anyways. Schmack. I only deal 16! I wonder how long I could keep this up. They only take 3 Okay. Apparently they don't have much health after I hit them with 2 holies and a size. Yeah, I'm not wasting cooldowns. Alright, and now I just watch them burn. That's 1, 2, and 3. Growing Ray, no! I don't want to fight, but I'll mess you up. Oh, you know what? Because it's Growing Way, I'm gonna do this right. Build that up. Hit you in the size. And bring it down just enough. I fly this misery. Oh, I don't like this. I don't want it. I mean, if I drop down here, I can easily just... Oh, I can't go through the center. At least that's the only group of Lobrits willing to fight us. And we'll just drop down here. Cowabunga! Anyways. Oh no, I'm low health. Whatever will I do, Benediction? I absolutely just wasted time falling down when I could have just kept going. But I did it for the comedy. Legit, I was literally right there on the bridge. I could have just kept going. Okay. This is where I will take a break because I genuinely have to take care of stuff. I'll be right back. You can listen to the ambient sounds of the moon. Oh, you know what? Is it on my cam? Yes. Have an idle cam of Argos. Go take care of things. Absolutely majestic. I love them. Good, you're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Duyange. I'm gonna stab Duyange and leave him out to bleed.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Atheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
All of them.
But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Y'all had 12,000 years to prep.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, the animation!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. It is clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Atheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing!
Most what? Mellifluous. Adjective, of a voice or words, sweet or musical, pleasant to hear. Who? Also, welcome back yourself. I probably would have searched for a snack, but I'm also trying to lose weight, so no snacko. I am down to 184.7 pounds? Starting from like 190 after Christmas and Thanksgiving, so hey, progress. I gotta cut down on what I eat.
We Loporits were born of Heideland's love for Atheris.
Singing. Oh, okay, their name is Singing Way, of course. That delivery though. We Loporits were born of Heideland's love for Atheris. Like, yeah, never mind.
That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us help them. so we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Oh, their faces. Head pat. Give head pat.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, Oh, I do not think we've met.
Hi, Jasper. Jasper. Hi, buddy. How are you? How are you, buddy? You have a good morning? You didn't poop again, did you? I swear, if I walk around later and find out you pooped somewhere, I'm gonna be real sad.
My name is Puddingway.
Their name is Puddingway. Yeah, my doggo. Oh, he's gone. My pet doggo Jasper. He's an old man. He's an old boy. I'm trying to keep the door closed for spoilers, Jasper. You got people across the hall. What a good boy. What a good boy. What a good boy, Jasper. What a good boy. Like the scratches. The scratches. Yeah. Oh. Over here. Over here. Something here? Scratch? Scratch? Good? Okay. So anyways, we have Puddingway. Urianger stumped.
Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure. But one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words.
Oh, this guy's clever. Oh, Urianger, you clever, clever man.
A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And living way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium.
Oops, I opened something.
An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort.
I'm way off beat.
To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
Ooh. That flower. How came it into your possession? I found it and I plucked it. How very like her. Guided by its light, you may come to know her true intentions. Intentions which remain a mystery even to us. Jasper barking at something. In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name. You ready? Let's go. Elpis. Elpis, Elpis, Elpis.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Atheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Charlayan Forum, yes?
Oh, they did take inspiration from the...
What? How did you know?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans.
Oh, those... Labyrinthos wasn't the panic room. It was the means of transportation to here. But Charlayan, the Charlayan Forum in particular, being a bunch of dirty boomers. That doesn't feel right. Not dirty boomers, but they are boomers. There's a lot of old men in there. Old men and women. People. Old people. They wanted to save themselves before saving the people. Selfish punks.
But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
Bro. First the Charlayans, then the Loporrits, but Loporrits at least came around. I'm just out here trying to save the world, as usual. 'Twas a relief to see Livingway was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well, though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must needs be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you, and all our fellow scions. When next I return to Atheris, I pray I find you all in good health and good spirits. One of these two is gonna die. Your excursion on the moon concluded, Ishtola is keen to return to Atheris. With the Loporrits in Urianje's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there is much to discuss with Alphino and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. Speak with Thancred at the Nether Gate. I gotta go all the way back there. Where's the gate here? I think it was there? Where am I? Okay. Oh, thank you, it's not far. Anyways, bye! Good old Puddingway. Nice to meet you. Name's Puddingway. Sorry again for all the trouble. We promise we'll do better, honest. Well, that was all rather embarrassing, wasn't it? At least we're on the same page now, people and Atheris. We'll save both, or at least give it a good try. Tell Growingway I look forward to our next walk together. I will. I'm sure he'll be glad to hear it. Alright. Alright, don't die, Uyanje. Don't die. Oh, goodbye. Don't aggro, don't aggro, don't aggro. I aggroed. Someone's gonna die, I can feel it. Gods, I can scarcely believe we went to the moon and back. But we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone is getting on here as well. They'd only just begun to treat the tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course. The heads of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where in what matter the final days will begin to manifest, so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed, though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that anyone in a position of responsibility should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyway, first things first, to Camp Broken Glass. I can fly! That's a wall. Where's the exit? Here we go. I can fly again! Freedom! I don't have to, but I'd rather not spend 100 gil. Why did Oculus Rift just open? Hello? I just saw the Oculus logo on my taskbar, so that was weird. I don't even have an Oculus anymore. I have a Lenovo. Pitch and putt. That's a pretty nice outfit. Well, Gaja skin vest of maiming. Why does this look so good? Will it look good on me? Oh no, no outfit. It's alright. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. Alright. That's fine. That's good. That's good stuff. For Mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as that you experienced in Thavnair. Those who were trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the best tribes have received instruction in the magics needed to cure temporary. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled the Mother Porksy affords her so many visitors. Several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of Tempered has been completed. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that accounts for recent events here. So, what of the moon and the Talaforoi? So we went to the moon, right? And then we saw this guy, and he was like, hey, I'm the Watcher. And then these rabbits come in with books and stuff, and they're like, we can't let you leave. There is still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. Will also release your fellow Scions from their present duties, that they may return to Sharlayan. Your energies are better spent finding a means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow Scions, you will be happy to hear that Mistress Kryl, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Baldessian Annex and given into Tataru's care. Ah, 3 hours of readings. 3 hours of reading dialogue. It's starting to take its toll. One more thing. After your confrontation with Zodiark, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood he has returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. They would only be killed. If they found him, they would not likely live to tell the tale. I suppose you're right. To dispatch good soldiers in pursuit of such a beast would be to send them to their deaths. Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared as Xenos Viator Galvus, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Fandaniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. It seems he's naught but his bloodlust to keep him company. Better that than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray you safe passage back to Charlene. Okay, 3 hours of reading. Speaks of Kryl ought to be out about this, you know. Words. That's a lot of gil. But I also have a lot of gil. So I guess it balances out. It's fine. I'll just sell a few more stacks of glamour prisms and be on my way. What is this outfit? Looking like a proper soldier over there. Kryl! Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered. My body flowing through the life stream toward Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted, in fact I could only laugh. For it was in that moment I understood Raha's wariness from the Tower of Zot. Would that I could laugh at a time like this. Though we prevented Zodiac from being unleashed upon the world, I am curious to know what else took place there on the moon. L'Oscurita del Ignoto? That's a nice outfit. Good Reaper fit. Okay. I'm digging this. Very Bayonetta. Oh, what's your... You look like you don't own an air fryer. Joke's on you, I do. And then we have beans on toast. You call it chips instead of crispity crunchy. Nope. I feel violated. These two are playing together. Ain't no way. They ran in at the same time. Ain't no way they're not playing together. Please let the next bit be voiced. I would very much like for the next bit to be voiced. It's not voiced. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Ajay be joining us? Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid, though Minari can explain why better than I. Oh, I already took that screenshot. Like that. And moving on. And they're like, we can't let you leave. The final days, as befell Amarot. And if we are to escape via the moon, what are the source and its reflections? I have no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So, how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amarot, the solution would be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiac, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing, but it should go without saying that such a sacrifice cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, a feat which even the Amarotines could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we've found no clues in Mare Lamentorum. There is still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amarotines' creation magics, but we command no such power. Which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past, and thereby form some semblance of a plan. Perhaps we should start with the Forum then. Having worked with the Loporrits in secret and all this time, there is surely more they can tell us. Forgive the interruption, but I have urgent news. The Forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside. Some sort of announcement. Oh, this is gonna be bad. They're gonna tell everybody, and everyone's gonna go into a panic, and it's just gonna make things worse because the Forum's a bunch of boomers. And we're just like, we want to save the world, but then they're like, no, you're not gonna do anything because we said so. And we're not gonna cooperate because we don't want to. Cutscene? Or dialogue cutscene? Oh, this is definitely looking bad. They are boomers, though.
Order! Order, I say!
Listen to that. Listen to that voice.
I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star.
Oh boy.
Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly.
You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
I don't like where this is going. Oh, right. They were under oath not to say anything. Oh, but then they broke the oath and now they're gonna say something.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared.
Oh, they do look like upside down cones, don't they?
The moon. 'Tis in truth a
We're not
gargantuan
ready.
vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom.
They're not ready, and other people are gonna be panicked, and they're gonna be satisfied, and they're gonna be even more worried.
Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Oh, no.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
And what of the rest of the world, my dear man? On a scale of 1 to 10, how dumb are they being right now?
Will be relayed to
I
all
want to say
major
like a...
institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a
well,
close.
they did reveal... At least they finally revealed that the apocalypse is a thing, which is something. But at the same time, they are revealing that the apocalypse is coming a little late. I'm not versed in the realm of politics as well as others may want to be. They're still maintaining the fact that they're focusing on themselves rather than joining the rest of the world to do something. Because old Charlayan is a conservative country. Like they're isolationist. Straight up just cut off contact from the rest of the world for who knows how long. Like 270 something years, I believe they said. Like they found out that the end is coming, and they're like, okay, we don't want anything to do with any of you. We're gonna keep to ourselves, and we're gonna prepare for when this happens. Which is why I frequently call them boomers. That doesn't feel fair, actually. It's just they'd rather not interact with the rest of the world, but of course there are people that go out to, you know, do knowledge-y stuff, student stuff. I don't. It's a mess. Old Charlane's just a mess. Trying to guess. There you go. Nope, that's just a screenshot of someone's butt.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home?
Delete that one. Delete that one.
That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Take your time. Family is important.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
Maybe I'm being a little too harsh, but also, they deserve it.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Charlian, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done, that we can still do.
For those we have lost and those we have yet to save.
We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
This is a lot of heavy stuff going on.
Bold words call for bold action, and there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Yeah, Warrior of Light ain't got no breaks.
Shall we then? To the Annex, to prepare for tomorrow.
What the? Can I get up here? I guess I can. Haha! What? This building houses the assembly hall where the forum debates Charlayan national policy. Once a simple outdoor plaza, the rostra would ring with heated discussion through rain, wind, and worse. Following a death by a lightning strike, however, plans were drawn up for the imposing stone structure which now crowns Archon's design. Oh. Oh my. Okay, Roger, calm down. see what fashion everyone's wearing. Yes, this one's got a coat. Oh, this one's got a nice looking coat. What coat is this? Alamegan coat of casting. Huh, nice. Nice. Pantheon robe of casting. Oh, you got the lace outfit. Okay. Basically, Fashion Fantasy 14. Crowd tells me the Forum made a rather momentous announcement, so there's to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the island of Val, the realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after. Why me, I ask myself. Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here and we'll get through this together. And who knows, maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits. Yes. That's not good. Oh, that's definitely not good. A visitor has come knocking at your door. Whoever could it be? Oh, I can choose. Oh, who do I like most? Who did I invite last time? Alice?
Craving a midnight snack, were you? I did consider bringing a few sweets, but decided this wasn't an appropriate occasion. I couldn't sleep. Had a few things on my mind. I know it's late, so I'll try not to talk your ear off.
I wouldn't mind.
It's Xenos. I keep thinking back to Garlemald when he'd taken control of your body. An altogether terrifying experience, to say the least. And one that served as a harsh reminder. No one, no matter how strong or quick or clever, is invincible. Not even you.
Yeah, especially when someone tries to stand in the middle of an AoE despite being able to dodge so easily while they're doing melee attacks. Anyways. Especially a frozen AoE. I mean, come on. It's literally right there and you're just gonna stand there trying to do your combos? Please. Move slightly over to the left. Your parse will be fine. I'm not gonna stand there watching you take 2 Vuln stacks over something you could have easily walked away from.
And as much as it might seem at times that you are, one misstep, one mistake, and that's that. Which is why Even though I know you've heard it 1,000 times before, I'm going to tell you to take better care of yourself. Because you really, really should.
I'll be fine.
It goes without saying that we're all committed to this fight. But that doesn't mean that we need to throw our lives away. You know how I feel about noble sacrifices. Right, that's settled. We'll be keeping the acts of gratuitous bravado to a minimum. When I looked father in the eye and swore we'd find a way to avert this tragedy, it wasn't a promise just for him. It was a promise for you, too.
I want everyone to live so badly, but I know for a fact at least one of them is gonna die. Oh, that's dramatic music. Oh, Fordola.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsabar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
About that.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Oh, that's... Nope, okay. Oh, it's Junius. Oh, that doesn't look right. Meanwhile, in Nishgard... Oh, this was part of the plan. Oh, hey! Hey!
Another day, another commission of paramount importance.
I saw two people. I saw the familiar people.
Oh, what have we here?
Oh, you are not okay.
Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more.
What? How are you gonna dismiss that so easily, my guy?
The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. And yet... does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Oh, Rotterdam is doing a thing. That's not good. Oh, I don't like this. Please load everything so I can keep going. Off-brand Gladiolus. Why is it dipping so low there, guy? Replica Dreadword Tonban of Healing. Okay, get rid of this. Okay. Yeah, well, hold on a second. Is this a level 90 piece? Replica Dreadworm Tonban of Healing. Oh, it's level 60. And it's a Weaver recipe. Neo Aetherstone, Arcane Velveteen, Platinum Ingot, Gold Ingot, and Battlecraft Materia. So Neo Aetherstone is going to be the worst of it. But I kind of want this for the next expansion outfit. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that tab. Tataru, hey, my friend. Do I have one of these already? Yes. No. Millicorn Yellow. And no. Elegant Silver Piece? No, I'll just take the die. Oh no. Dang it, I didn't get a screenshot in time. Please let this be an instance or dungeon. Please let this be an instance or dungeon.
And lo, vile beasts did rise.
Okay.
Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash.
Okay, you're not gonna go that close.
Sun scorches earth and boils seas.
Oh, you're gross.
And our sins ascend unto the heavens. Three dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out.
Like, I know I recognize these guys from the trailer, but goodness, that's terrible.
Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The large one's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
some of these are such good wallpaper shots. Content, 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 content. Let me do the dungeon. Let me do a dungeon. Come on, let me do a dungeon. Please let me do a dungeon. Hey, yo. That's 2B leggings. They are straight up wearing the 2B leggings and boots. I mean, look at how their stance up like this. There's no way this isn't like a thing. Everyone has assembled, yes? I thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around to the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call Afk Spot. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. I don't know what accent I'm going for. Ritra and the Radiant host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy. Here we go! Okay. Well, I'm going as White Mage, so I can't take Alpha now. I kind of want
right then
Stinian and Alice. Okay. Okay. Content. Wow. That's gross. Oh, this place would probably look so nice if it weren't on fire. Let's go. Excuse me? Oh, shoot. Okay. This isn't gonna be another, like, despair plot, is it? Or, like, because they gave in to despair, they just turned. Oh, Vitra, that's Vitra fighting.
You're mine.
You underestimate me.
You underestimate me!
My friends, heed me. These are children of Stavner. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
You underestimate me!
Anyways, welcome to level 86 White Mage.
If this is the only way, I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Gosh. Oh my goodness. Terminus Idolizer. You know what? You look like a bigger threat. Alize, what? And of course, Alize is outside of the regen. That's a lot of dead wood. Ow. Ow.
You underestimate me!
You're mine!
How's it going? Heisting. It's going pretty good. Finally got to another dungeon after like 4 hours. There's a lot of story, a lot of lore. I'm having a great time. There was a whole thing about carrots earlier, which out of context sounds a little weird. How are you doing? Thank you for joining the chat. Yeah, the Loprits were a whole thing. Oh, it is a despair plot. Oh, no. Okay, easy raid wide. Nothing like a easy heal. I don't like that its attack is called Mouth Off. That's so gross. Oh, you're quiet, so stay here. I'm a genius. That is a tank buster. Oh. I'm playing White Mage right now. Level 86 White Mage. The attack is called What Is Left. Oh. That's clever.
You now.
Keep in mind that this is all very pointed. Poignant? This is rife with Endwalker spoilers, so if you're trying to go through spoiler-free, big warning. Oh no. Oh, it's one of these! Wow, they really brought this mechanic back?
Try and stop me!
Last gasp. I guess that's fair. That is right, so I want to be going this way.
On guard.
Ooh, 32,000. Let's go. Oh.
On guard.
Spread.
Let's give them a show.
Speedrun any content, I'll tell you that. I get the excitement, but I do also want to like try to preserve the discovery of like the story and let people experience it for themselves. But also, of course, it's understandable that you just can't control it sometimes.
You're mine!
Gosh, this is the first mini boss. And you're done. Palaka boots offending. I need healing items. I need healing gear. Technically I'm level 89, but I'm still wearing the base level 80 like tombstone gear. That's what I think.
Be on your guard.
Keep forgetting. Oh, jeez. Oh, did? Oh no, not them too. Oh no! Oh wow, that was awful to watch. Okay, that's not what the focus one. Fending? Stop giving me fending stuff. I don't have a tank that's high enough level for it. Ow.
You're mine!
Mitre.
I have you now.
You're mine!
Which one are you targeting? I can't tell which one you guys are targeting. Oh, nope, you're going for the big guy, of course. Oh, nice there. Okay. Oof, the bang's starting to wear off. Really bad time for it.
You're mine!
Mitre.
You're mine!
Nice. Man, they really did have to cut down the damage numbers by like a third, by 2/3 of what it could be. I remember hitting 90k on a crit. Understandable that they had to, though. Oh, I got the macro. I can't believe that worked. Ooh, what's this? Ah, a knockback. So we go into this, right? No? I got a Vuln stack for that, so probably not. Ah! It's to protect ourselves. Oh, it's Dinian. Get yourself your own bubble. I get it.
This will hurt.
Let's do a little bit of a build up. Just punch yourself in the feet. Stack marker. Cure 3. Going for the fire next.
You're mine!
I am perfectly safe.
My turn.
Nice. Hey, got a new piece of equipment. And I can wear it. That looks kind of bad with this outfit. Oh, the temple. No fight? There's the... Oh, not that far. That doesn't mean it's gonna be easy to get there. No way I'm fighting that mass. No, that's just a statue. There's no way I'm fighting that. Okay, grab this one. Excuse me? What is happening up there? That's terrifying.
I have you now.
I'm going after the big one. Okay, you're taking a lot of damage there, buddy. I need you to stop doing that so I can DPS. Oh. Right. Oh, I got aggroed. I'm fine. Oh, okay.
My turn.
Oh, wait, there's more. Oh, there's more. Oh no. Oh, I wasted that. And
You're mine!
oh, did I sound happy? I thought I was a little bit panicked. I mean, honestly, I welcome it. It means more to do.
You're mine!
The space between running content, like the spaces in between each dungeon and trial. I love it, but I want to do things. But I'm not going to resort myself to becoming a cutscene skipper on stream. Especially this late in the game. Like, imagine trying to go through all this, and there's like all this big stuff happening in cutscenes, but you're just skipping it all. So when you get to the next dungeon, you're like, why am I doing this? Why is everything happening? couldn't be me. Wow, I hate this. I literally, like, when I'm playing this particular character, I have alts, but those are for role-playing purposes because that's a lot of vending. Like, the only reason I would ever skip cutscenes is if I've already seen it on this character. So when I'm on other characters, I'm trying to get them to certain spots for role-playing events. I'm like, okay, next. I already know what's happening. Next. The only time. Otherwise, I'm here for the long run. Dang it, I missed time to heal. It's fine. What's happening? Ethereal disruption. Everyone seems to be staying on this side, so I'm gonna do that. So that's how that works. Crumbling sky. Okay. Let's build this up. Oh, let's actually save that. Right. It's a very interesting combination of mechanics going on. And variety as well. No way. Is there a quick time event? I go here. And then here. And all the way over here. Okay, okay.
This will hurt.
What you got for us? All right. Why are you standing next? Oh no, it's because you're getting pushed. Oh, and I got hit really badly. Flames of decay once again. Really? Mistimed by that much? I thought it was off. I thought it was after. That looks like a kill wall as well. Okay, fine, I'll go this way. Oh, I got hit with these things. Okay, Jose. Easy. Easy peasy. Oh, and the others here too. Ah, finally. I did something on this stream. That's good to know. And that is a samurai weapon. My samurai is level 50. 54, so I can't use that in the slightest. That's disturbing.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
Their ether's dying.
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
If I rerun this dungeon with Ishtola, is she just not gonna do anything?
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying.
Yo.
This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhap so. But even if the process was incomplete,
Hi, Jasper.
it was little more than a faint residue.
So this is disturbing.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved.
I know. We'll go out soon. I'm just finishing this up, okay?
Not by any means known to me.
Jasper, what did... Oh my goodness, hold on. Sorry, Papa. I'll finish up, I promise. And then we'll go for a walk. And I need to shower.
Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. The last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you know.
Thancred being a bro.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
Bro, he did that tokusatsu jump.
I
fear it is as Vithra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Come back to us, Justinian. Here I am back again. I don't have the Aetheryte here yet, so I can't leave the area. I'll at least finish the quest. Our Radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to note those beasts were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come. I'll take the Melicorn yellow dye. Why not? You may now enter Vanaspati with a party of NPC avatars. But I must return to Megaduta for the time being. There, I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. I think the Aetheryte was around here, yeah. Can I please attune to Radz-at-Han? Still nothing. I physically can't afford to leave this city because I'm not attuned to the Aetheryte, so teleporting would be a little difficult. Oh my, I completely forgot about this place. Okay. Oh man, I want this outfit. Wait. Oh, that's just the Skalik bottoms. And you have false nails. I want the top at least, but that's a store item. Huh? Oh, the House of Splendors. Am I level something? That's a... Oh, hey! I'll just unlock this. Okay, well, that was something. Hey! That's my good old friend Argand. Oh. So this is Tevnarian weave. I must say it bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvos. Small wonder really, given that it's just across the water. Not that I am much of an expert in Garvosian nature, of course. I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Charlayan, and like as not, I will never reside there again. That said, in recent days I've felt more acutely aware of my heritage, and thankful for it. It is thanks to my forebears that I inherited the royal eye, and with it the wisdom of ancient Alag. And so, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe, and one day when the calamity is but a memory, I would like to see Corvos again, if only once. Going west. Materia vendor. Ooh. Looks like powerful stuff. I'm gonna need this. Cracked Dendo Cluster. Cracked Anto Cluster. Oh right, outfit. Golden Doodle. Wow, I completely walked right past this one. Alright, I'll get back to that one. Ooh. Owned and run by the eponymous I'm gonna butcher this. The the eponymous Merid. This Mehan offers light meals and beverages, with the main draw being its myriad varieties of liquor distilled by local alchemists. Foreign visitors are often entranced by the stage performers, whose movements incorporate elements of traditional Thethnarian dance. Belly dancers! Oh. Hi, Jasper. Sorry, just give me a second, okay? I don't want to risk like losing my spot because I can't attune to this place. Plus, it's super hot outside. First the void scent, then the light, then the sin eaters, and now the blasphemy. Oh, not. Oh no. That's a good stopping point. If I try to keep going any longer, I don't know when I'm actually gonna be able to attune to the Aetheryte, so I'm just gonna keep my character here. Man. That was a lot. But that will have to be enough. Man, 5 hours though. 5 hour stream. Not bad. But I'll stay. Like I said, I will leave that there. Thank you everybody for watching. I very much appreciate the support. Thank you for the follows and stuff. I still have some other streams I have to resolve because of Menfina Madness. So look forward to those when I announce them. Hey, I'm here to play games and entertain people. So I have 2 charges of Divine Benison. That's nice. We will be back with more jokes, more things, more cutscenes. And what level is this quest? 85? Or halfway there, I think. I hope. But again, thank you so much. I'll get to the end eventually. But until then, I love you all. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy. And I will see you all next time.